evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people
तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam. We welcome all Kailasa Vasis joining us from all around the world. We are welcome all of you joining us from various Kailasa monasteries, temples, gurukuls, adinams. We welcome all our viewers joining us from YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter Live, from Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Nithyananda TV. We welcome all our viewers who are joining us from all around the world. We welcome you for today's pre-Satsang hosting program. We'll be starting our day with Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Today, yoga has become a billion-dollar industry. Never in the history of humanity, so many people are practicing yoga. But are we really practicing the authentic yoga as truly revealed by Paramashiva in the sacred Hindu scriptures, in the Shastras? Today, yoga has become a big industry, a commercial enterprise, but at the same time, it has become diluted. Our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has introduced to us, has revived the authentic yoga directly from scriptures and given to us the 12 components of yoga revived exactly as per the scriptures, along with the Shastra Pramana, scriptural evidences, Pramanas, scriptural references for various asanas, and created the Prathama Vyasa Krama, a sequence of 108 traditional yoga asanas. Today, we'll be practicing the Prathama Vyasa Krama along with all 12 components of yoga. Usually, the yoga that we see around us is highly diluted. It is only including the asana component or the postures, that also not as per scriptures, but something which has been created by modern mind, which has no scriptural references, so we do not know the effects and the side effects. The more dangerous thing is the introduction of further dilution, such as beer yoga and other dangerous practices which harm our neurology, psychology, and just do the opposite of what yoga is supposed to give us. Yoga is to help us experience oneness with Paramashiva. Now, we'll be looking at a short video where we'll be looking at the various side effects and effects of yoga as per the inauthentic version of yoga which is performed when not guided by an enlightened master. Then we'll be starting with Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, authentic yoga as per scriptures.
Yoga's become an $80 billion industry, incorporating everything you could think of from animals to food. And everyone is looking to get their share, be it through expensive apparel or sponsored Instagram posts. This might look fashionable and harmless, but what you don't understand is the detrimental effects it has on your consciousness. When you're practicing authentic yoga, you're working with an independent intelligence, a science to awaken the inner potential energy within you. When you add your own twist to yoga, it changes this internal process and brings a different effect on your physiology, psychology, and neurology. Some people practice yoga to build a strong physique, for the healing of an ailment, or for relieving stress and anxiety. However, throughout the years, the original source of yoga has been lost, and the entire science has been diluted. Many of the traditional yogic asanas and their context have completely disappeared from the mainstream practice. In today's world, even though the technology has improved tremendously, one of the biggest problems if not the biggest problem that humanity is facing, is feeling disconnected from themselves, from one another, and from nature and life around them. People desperately attempt to experience connection through various ways: physical union or sex, dependence to drugs and foods, or through the internet. But unfortunately, none of these paths lead to the true connection that we're seeking. Connection is actually not what is being sought. It is actually union that humanity is seeking in so many wrong directions. Union with the ultimate is the true solution. Yoga is the only way to experience union with the ultimate. It is the path to anti-sex, to go beyond sex and experience union with all the other dimensions of ourselves and the
Now, very shortly, we are going to start with KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, which includes all 12 components of yoga as revealed by the sacred scriptures. The 12 components of yoga are: first is the Ashada component or the energized herbs. Second is the Abharna or the Rudraksh jewelry such as the Kantamala and Sundarvanams. Next component are the mantras. A Tantradharaka, a chanter, will be chanting the authentic Shastra Pramanas or scriptural references as we perform various asanas. The next component are the weights. Optionally, we can have weights as we are practicing yoga. The next component is the mandala or sacred geometrical shapes carved on the copper plate kept in front of us or above us. The next component is the japa or the internal chanting. Throughout our practice of yoga, we will be performing various mantras chanting internally in our inner space. The next component is the asana or the physical postures themselves. All these components will be happening simultaneously and parallelly. The next component is the pranayama or the breathing technique. The various breathing techniques will be guiding you throughout the practice. The next component is the mudra, sealing the prana flow with the hand or mouth and channelizing the prana shakti. The next component are the bandhas, internal seals to lock the flow of energies into the body and control the energies into the body. The next is the karana or the traditional dance movements, which is a combination of movement of hands and legs. Throughout our practice, we'll be going through all these 12 components simultaneously and parallelly. Very shortly, we'll be starting with KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. So please quickly gather, get your yoga mats and settle down on your yoga mats, applying the vibhuti or the sacred ash on your forehead and 16 places of the body. Please apply Gyananjana and Kumkum on your third eye, sandalwood paste and turmeric on your temples of your forehead. Please settle down on your yoga mats with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Very shortly, we'll be starting with today's KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga session.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean. because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it.
Nityanandam, we welcome you to Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Now, we will be starting our practice of yoga by invoking the presence of our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, with the Sadguru Vandanam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. The next is chanting of Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 The next is Tattvachamanam. ओम आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम. ओम विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम. ओम शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम. ओम हां हृदयाय नमः. संकल्प. ओम ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषण विशिष्टायाम अस्याम शुभदितौ पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासम करिष्ये. अपौपस्पृश्य.
Please now rinse your hands, wash your hands and keep your Panchapatram to the side. Now we just perform the Sankalpa, creating the conscious resolution to manifest a yogic body, to manifest the state, space, powers and beings of Paramashiva. Now we'll start with the first asana, Sukhasana. Please sit comfortably in a cross-legged position. Bring your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands will be resting on the knees with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. We'll perform Samana Pranayama. Please breathe in, hold the breath for a short duration and concentrate on building a fire in the navel region and visualize the fire going upwards the spine as you continue breathing, holding the breath, exhaling, then holding breath and continue Samana Pranayama. We are going to engage the Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of 3 bandhas. Please first engage the perineum muscles between the base of your spine and the regenerative organ. Then pull your stomach in and up, and now finally tuck your chin to the chest. These 3 bandhas together are called the Mahamudra Bandha. Now please visualize yourself as Paramashiva and do the internal chanting Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Parvatasana. Now continue to sit in a cross-legged position or sit in Padmasana. Keep your palms together in Namaskara Mudra and inhale your arms straight up. Continue Samana Pranayama, breathing in and concentrating on building a fire in the navel region and visualizing the fire going upwards the spine. Continue engaging all 3 bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Mount KAILASA and do the internal chanting Soham.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Halipavasana. Please bring your legs together. Please bring your soles together in front of you. And as you exhale, bring your forehead to the heels. Lock your hands, interlacing your fingers in Parashumudra. Behind your back. Gaze at the nose. Now perform Samana Pranayama. Please breathe in. Hold the breath for a short duration, concentrating on building a fire in the navel region. Exhale. Now again hold the breath and again inhale. Now engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up and tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Soham.
पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपगतली सम्पुटठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो.
Nagi Pavasana. Keep your soles together and now again bend forward and bring your elbows on the legs and cup your palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing in Samana Pranayama and engaging the Mahamudra Bandha, all 3 bandhas. Visualize snakes and do the internal chanting Soham.
पूर्वविधिपरि आगाने नीचौहौ इकहू निभनास्यो लगाजी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Next is Kokilasana. Please hold your big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger, and as you inhale, straighten your legs, avoid bending the knees, and as you exhale, enter into Padmasana. Bring your elbows down and eyes will be facing forward and down. Continue Samana Pranayama and Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird and do the internal chanting Soham.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Nithyananda. Stack your ankles and knees. Hold both elbows and circle your hands in both directions. Continue to gaze at the nose externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama and Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Soham.
घोड़ा बाबा पाद की आशमाहिली सोये दच चरण को बारलो तापरी गुल्फ समोये वाम पाद गो माहिलो बहुरो गुल्फ जुजान तापरी घोड़ा दच की आश बारली ठान.
Vajasana. Bring your hands and feet on the floor and hips will be up high. The heels will be on the ground. Scoop your nose to the ground repeatedly while you gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Now tuck your chin. Now pull your stomach in and up and engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as an elephant and do the internal chanting Soham.
युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजा मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बं मूर्धमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिका मानीय हस्तदलपर्यन्तं नयेतित्थं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् गजासनं भवति.
Vrikshasana. Now stop the motion and alternately bring your heels to the ground. Continue Shambhavi Mudra, Samana Pranayama and engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Dhyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bear and do the internal chanting Soham.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Vashyasana. Raise your heels up, stand tall and balance yourself on the big toes. Bring your index, middle and ring fingers on the heart in Hidaya Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Soham.
विशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत धोमुखः अथवा ईशाभक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next is Urdhav Janukarna. Sit in Araimandi in a half squatting position with the heels together and toes bleeding outward. Knees are wide. Bring your palms to the chest level and lift your right knee towards the chest. And simultaneously, right hand will follow the foot movement. Return to Araimandi and repeat on the other side. This is Urdhva Janu Karna. Now we'll perform Balalingasana starting with the right foot. Bring your right knee close to the chest and hold it with your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama Mahamudra and Mahamudra Bandha, engaging all three bandhas. Visualize as if you are holding a child and do the internal chanting Soham.
एकं जानु ऊर्ध्वि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Now bring your right heel on the hip region and hold the right foot behind your hip region with the hands interlaced in Parashumudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranayama and Mahamudra Bandha, engaging all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Soham.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Natrajasana. Now push your right leg behind and hold it from the inside of the right foot with the right hand. Left hand will be extending with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Now engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Natraja, dancing form of Paramashiva, and do the internal chanting Soham.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Relax. Now we will repeat Balalingasana. This time lift your left knee and bring it close to the chest and interlace it with your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Continue breathing in Samana Pranayama and engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize as if you are holding a child and do the internal chanting Soham.
एकं जानु ऊर्ध्वि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Now bring your left heel on the hip region and hold the left foot behind the hip region with hands interlaced in Parashumudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranayama and engaging all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Soham.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Natrajasana. Now push the left leg behind and hold your left foot with the left hand from the inside of the foot. Right hand will be extending with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Perform Samana Pranayama and engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Natraja, dancing form of Paramashiva, and do the internal chanting Soham.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Moving on to Ardha Rechita Karna. Sit in Araimandi and cross your ankles, bringing your right foot behind with the heel raised. The left hand will be on the chest and the right hand will be making a pendulum movement. Fingers will be moving inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Then the right palm is placed on the nose. Uncross the ankles. Bring the heels together. Right hand will be making a circular motion with the fingertips pointing to the floor. Now we'll perform the skeleton dance. Please close your eyes and shake your body intensely. At the same time, continuously maintain the visualization that you are made of bones and nothing else. Without following any specific movement, completely randomly and chaotically, shake your body intensely. Skeleton dance is a combination of continuously maintaining the visualization that you are made of bones and nothing else, and intensely shaking your body. Please continue skeleton dance for a few more moments. Now please relax, walk back and forth on your mat, recollect your breath. Next is Katachina Karna. Stand in Araimandi with your heels together and toes bleeding out and knees wide. Now bring your wrist above your head, cross your wrist and with your fingers stretched out. Turn to the right while opening the arms, and then again come to the center, crossing your wrist over the head, and continue the motion repeating on the left side. Now we'll move on to the next asana, Tadasana. Stand tall and keep your arms up. Palms are facing one another. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a palm tree and do the internal chanting Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धको नो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Uttanasana. Exhale your arms down and bring your hands by the feet, head to the knees. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धको नो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Tarakshvasana. Please enter a plank position and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhar Bandha. Rotate your head from side to side. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Shivoham.
गजासनमस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्ष्वासनं भवति.
Bhujangasana. Please flat fall on the floor and raise your chest and head up using your lower back muscles. Now open your mouth wide and inhale through the back of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mulabandha. Visualize yourself as a cobra.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तमधौ भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Shashasana. From a plank-like position or Gajasana position, lift your knees and bring it close to the chest and alternate your knees to the chest. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mulabandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गजासनसंस्थितौ जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Thasana. Now step 1 feet between the hands and alternate. Jump your feet between the hands, switching the feet. Continue breathing in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mulabandha. Visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Virabhadrasana. Now bring your right knee in front, bend it at 90-degree angle and keep your left leg at the back completely straight at an angle of 45 degrees from the ground. Bring your arms overhead and twist and bring your chest facing forward. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now please switch your legs and bring your left knee bent at a 90-degree angle and the right leg at the back straight, inclined at a 45 degree from the ground. Bring your arms overhead and twist to bring your chest forward. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Vrikshasana. Now starting with your right foot, bring your right foot on the left inner thigh and bring your palms together and raise them above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Continue breathing normally through the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as the Biddi banyan tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Rudasana. Now bring your right foot in front of the hip, keeping the left leg straight. Keep your palms together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Continue breathing normally through the nose. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, eagle.
गरुडासनमाभक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवति ह महाबली.
Now we'll repeat Vrikshasana. Now this time bring your left foot on the right leg inner thigh and keep your palms together in Namaskara Mudra and raise them above the head. Continue breathing through the nose normally in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Biddi banyan tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Rudasana. Now bring your left foot in front of your hip with the left sole facing upwards. Keep your palms together in front of your heart in Namaskara Mudra. Continue breathing through the nose normally. Engage your perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, eagle.
गरुडासनमाभक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवति ह महाबली.
Moving on to Trikonasana. Step your legs apart. Keep your right hand on the floor next to the right leg and keep the left hand in the air as you gaze at the hand in the air. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing normally through the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Switch sides, repeating Trikonasana. Now this time bring your left hand on the floor next to the left leg and keep your right hand in the air as you gaze at the hand in the air. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Nikutaka Karna, the next Karna. Please stand in Arai Mandi with your heels together and toes bleeding out, knees are wide. And bring your hands in a horizontal position with your palms facing each other. Alternatively, thrash your heel to the floor and simultaneously switch the palm position. This is Nikutaka Karna. Now we'll move on to the next asana. Now from here onwards, the japa, the internal chanting is Sadashivoham. The pranayama is Brahmari pranayama, where we will be buzzing subtly like a bee botwali, inhaling and exhaling. Starting with Angushthasana. Sit on your toes and Rest your hip region on your heels. Bring your palms together in front of your heart, Namaskara Mudra. Continue breathing in Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Sarasana. Now please stretch your right leg and bring it in front. Now keep your palms on the floor with the fingertips touching the floor. Palms are open and forward in Varamudra. Continue breathing in Brahmari Pranayama, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Engage your perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकं.
Vidunasana. Now hold the right toes, the front toes with your right hand and the back heel, the left heel with the left hand. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाकं संसृज्य तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धार्य तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेच्चोभयत्र.
Relax. We'll repeat Sarasana. Now this time stretch your left leg with the toes pointing upwards. Keep your fingertips on the floor with the palms open and facing forward in Varamudra. Continue breathing, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling in Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकं.
In the same position, moving on to Vidunasana, hold the left toes with left hand and hold the right heel with the right hand. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाकं संसृज्य तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेच्चोभयत्र.
Brahma Jarunkusa Asana. Bring your feet together, knees together, and sit on the heels with the toes on the ground. Bring your palms on your knees facing upwards. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue buzzing subtly like a bee, breathing in Brahmari Pranayama. Now tuck your chin to the chest, locking it in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दोवु फणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक दलिया की माहिली आइस माहे राशे मिली.
Kapilasana. Now bring your knees on the ground and separate them wide apart. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Keep the gaze externally at the nose while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Now continue breathing in Brahmari Pranayama as you subtly buzz like a bee. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila and do the internal chanting Sadashivoham.
उभय पगदली समठ हरावे ते निगे माहिली कोर मिलावे फणा पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एड़ी दोवु जोनी निवैसे.
Bhadra Gorakhasana. Now in the same posture, gaze externally at the third eye while you internally gaze in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Now this time engage the Mula Bandha alone and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दोवु पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वारे टिकी बैसे.
Suryasana. Sit on your heels and keep your toes on the ground. Spread your knees up and wide and form a lotus with your hands spreading your fingers wide and raise your palms upwards and gaze through the palm. Now breathe in, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling in Brahmari Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Sun God, Lord Surya, and do the internal chanting Sadashivoham.
एड़ी दोवु गुदातरी आने फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने गोड़ा जंगा अधर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे.
Relax. Now in the next set of three asanas, the breathing technique pranayama is sahaja pranayama. So please breathe normally and naturally through the nose, starting with Mandukasana. Lower your arms and knees and relax your toes, sitting between the heels. Keep your palms on the knees and now perform the Manduki Mudra. Press your tongue against the upper palate of your mouth, visualizing as if nectar is dripping from your crown center and you're catching it with your tongue. Breathe normally in sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a frog and do the internal chanting Sadashivoham.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्फुर्य जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
Now bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. We are performing Uttana Manduka Asana. Continue performing Manduki Mudra, breathing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Now engage the perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog and do the internal chanting Sadashivoham.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कुरुपराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
We will continue with Simhasana. Now lift your hip region and cross your right ankle over the left ankle and place the right heel underneath the perineum and sit on the hip region. Bring your hands on the respective knees. Now as you exhale, stick your tongue out and gaze at the nose. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a lion and do the internal chanting Sadashivoham.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ जजान्वौ संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च
Moving on to Bhadra Gorakhasana. Now again the pranayama will be Brahmari, buzzing subtly like a bee both while inhaling and exhaling. From here onwards the pranayama is again Brahmari pranayama. Now bring your soles together and sit on your heels. Separate the knees apart wide and cross your hands behind the back, holding the opposite toes in prana mudra with your index and middle finger forming a hook. Hold the toes behind. Toes will be pointing to the back. Gaze at the nose. Continue breathing, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling in Brahmari Pranayama. Now engage your perineum muscles and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः
Kaka Busandi Asana. Now sit squatting on the ground with your knees wide and wrap your arm around the knees and lock your fingers behind your back in Parashumudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling in Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे बेसक उकडठाने द्वौ हातपगौ बीच आने तिनको मोडिनल्या परिल्यावे पिष्टपसे कागसी करवे
Kani Pavasana. Bring your palms on the floor and shoulder width apart and raise your hips up, bringing the knee above the elbows with the toes pointing. Slightly lift your head and balance yourself on the hands. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, buzzing subtly like a bee both while inhaling and exhaling. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
आसन गोगुण आशीतुष्टा होयि तो आछी होयि
Kapali Asana. Now please bring your head to the ground, forming a tripod with your head and two hands. Bring your knees on the elbows and stretch your legs up. Keep your gaze externally at the nose while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Engage your perineum muscles in Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदोवु मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे पगदली आकाश दिशि सन्मुष राशि दोवु हाथा गिहतेली दोवु पाशत्या धरती टेको दृष्टिनासा अग्र.
Relax. Now from here onwards, the pranayama is Rechika pranayama. We'll be inhaling normally through the nose, and when we are exhaling, we'll be exhaling in a slow controlled way. Rechika pranayama involves a slow controlled exhale. Now starting with Parshva Mayurasana, bring your palms on the ground, separated shoulder width apart, and turn your knees to one side of the body. Starting with right side of the body. Now press your elbows to the knee and hip region and lean forward and bring your toes up. Stretch the legs to the right side, gaze at the third eye, externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe in through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way in Rechika Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यात् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यात् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Relax and we'll repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side. Now again with the palms on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees to the left side of the body and press your elbows to the knee and hip region as you lean forward and bring your toes up. And stretch the legs to the left side. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Now breathe in through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way in Rechika Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यात् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यात् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Relax. Now enter in a plank position, Bhairaganatha. Now bring your right leg over the shoulder with the right foot between the hands and gaze at the third eye. Keep your left leg straight with avoid bending the knees. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way in continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Lord Bhairaganath.
आसन गोगुण पीति जायि.
Switch sides. Bringing the left leg over the shoulder and left foot between the hands. Continue gazing at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Bhairaganath.
आसन गोगुण पीति जायि.
Unmukha Pitha Asana. Press your forearms down and raise your hips up high. and continue gazing at the third eye, externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पद वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुका.
Vasishthasana. Bring your right hand underneath the shoulder and raise the hips up with the left hand raised in the air straight up as you gaze through the left palm. Avoid sagging the hip region. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहरमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now please switch sides, this time bringing the left hand underneath the shoulders, the hips are raised and the right hand is up in the air straight up as you gaze through the right palm. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing in, holding the breath for a short duration and exhaling slowly in Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहरमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Anjani Asana. Now stretch your legs and sit on your hip region. With the toes pointed up, keep your head, neck and spine straight and sit on upturned palms. Externally gaze at the nose while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as God Hanuman.
दोवु करकी उभय हथेली कोरबारली मैले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे.
Now from here onwards, the japa is internal chanting is Mahasadashivoham. Moving on to Paschimottanasana. Now with your spine straight, bend forward and hold your big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Avoid bending the knees. Now tuck your chin to the chest. In Jalandhar Bandha, pull your stomach in and up and engage the perineum muscles in Mahamudra Bandha. Continue Rechika Pranayama, slow exhale and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
जानो परिल्लाटन्तु पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण स्कं धार्यं च जायते.
Ugrasana. Now keep your spine straight and again interlace your fingers behind your head and bring your chest forward and head towards the knees. Avoid bending the knees. Continue Rechika Pranayama, breathing in normally and slowly exhaling. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Mother Goddess Kali and do the internal chanting Mahasadashivoham.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत आसनोगमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेद निरदीपनम्.
Marichi Asana. Now bring your right heel towards the chest, holding it with your arms, wrapping your arms around the raised knee and hold the hands behind the back. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue slowly exhaling as you breathe in Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. In Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Mahamudra Asana. Lower your right knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down, holding your toes with your hands. Continue breathing in Rechika Pranayama, slowly exhaling. Now engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दावा पग की एड़ी जोई सीवनी आनी लगावे सोई दक्षिण बदलांबो जब सारे तामे आने काकसी धारे.
Now again, we'll repeat Marichi Asana. This time, bring your left knee to the chest and wrap your arms around the raised left knee and hold your hand behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Mahamudra Asana. Now lower the left knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down and hold the toes with your hands. Engage all three bandhas. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दावा पग की एड़ी जोई सीवनी आनी लगावे सोई दक्षिण बदलांबो जब सारे तामे आने काकसी धारे.
Bhadrasana. Now hold your soles together and bring your heels close to the perineum. Hands will be holding the feet by their sides. Gaze externally at the third eye while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Rechika Pranayama and Mula Bandha, engaging the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्भौत वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत पादपार्श्वेतपानिभ्यः दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
Gwalipavasana. Bring your toes together and separate the heels apart. Keep your hands on the knees and gaze at the nose externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Now completely inhale and tuck your chin to the chest as you hold the breath and exhale slowly in Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Mahasadashivoham.
पूर्व जरपट चौक कक्ष्यो सोई वाही विधियों की जी सोई यामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल आठ अंतरो राशे.
Yoni Asana. Now hold the soles of your feet with all 10 fingers and bring your elbows on the ground near the shin and lean the whole body forward. Gaze at the nose externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Yoni Mandala.
दो पगदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग धरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतरराशे लीलाट पगतल्या उपरदाशे.
Medakipavasana. Bring your heels together and separate the toes apart and bring your forehead on the ground near the heels. Arms are over the knees. Palms are on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Continue gazing internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue slowly exhaling in Rechika Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Dhyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
पूर्व विधि परिभगतली संपूर्ण शोल येडी मिली राशे एड्या सुमाहिली गान अगुलुदो आतरे लीलाट धरती लगावे.
The Samadhi Asana. Bring your arms between the thighs and the hip with the palms facing upwards. Keep your nose close to the ground and touch your throat with your toes. Gaze at the nose externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing through the nose and exhaling slowly in Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva.
दो भगतली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल आठ अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे भी दिदाशे.
Chinnakapivasana. Now bring your heels together and separate the toes apart. Keep your soles facing towards the sky, keeping the back of the fingers and hands on the ground. Bring your elbows on the knees and gaze at the nose externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue slowly exhaling in Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पका की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे पगदली माहिली कोर अंगूठा के सदी सूदी जोड़े बारली कोर भनाश ल्याराशे.
Charpat Choka Asana. Sit up straight and keep your soles together and rest your hands on the knees, pressing the knees down. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue slowly exhaling in Rechika Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो वो गोड़ा परिदाशे.
Bhairavasana. Lift your feet off the ground. Breathe your toes down. Heel close to the navel region. Knees are wide and on the ground and hands by their sides in Bindu Mudra. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुरुभो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं विक्रमेण स्थितं शनिः जान्वुः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
I will perform Samanasana and Apanasana. The gaze throughout will be at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Pranayama will continue to be Rechika Pranayama, inhaling through the nose and slowly exhaling. Engage the perineum muscles and continuously visualize yourself as Swamiji. The internal chanting will be Mahasadashivoham. Now starting with Samanasana. Place the right foot close to the chest.
समानासनमा भक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमरो दत्वा गुह्योन्नलिङ्ग वक्त्रके.
Now Apanasana. Now bring your right knee over the shoulder, hands on the floor and extend the left leg in the air. Avoid bending the knees. Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो.
We'll repeat Samanasana. Now this time bring your left foot close to the chest and the right heel will be at the perineum, gazing at the third eye.
समानासनमा भक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमरो दत्वा गुह्योन्नलिङ्ग वक्त्रके.
Apanasana. Now bring your left knee over the shoulders. Hands will be on the floor and the right leg will be extending in the air. Avoid bending the right leg. Gaze at the third eye.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो.
Relax. Now from here onwards, the pranayama is Sitkari pranayama. In Sitkari pranayama, we'll be pressing our tongue to the front of the teeth. Pressing our tongue to the root of the front teeth and inhaling a hissing breath through the teeth and exhaling through the nose. Throughout the next set of few asanas, we'll be breathing in Sitkari pranayama. The japa, internal chanting, will be Maha Nithyanandoham. Starting with Gomukhasana. Stack your knees, keeping your right knee upwards and heels by the hip region, both sitting bones resting on the mat. Bring your fingers interlaced and rest them on the knees in Parshumudra. Breathe a hissing breath through the teeth and exhale through the nose. Continue Sitkari. Engage your perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize a cow's face and do the internal chanting Maha Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणे पिता सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
Anusuyasana. Remaining in same position, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोडो नीचो ठाने पाँवों तागे ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पदवृद्धि संधि पसारी.
Anusuyasana 2. Now bring your hands behind the back, interlacing them in Parashumudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, and nose close to the ground. Continue Siddhkari. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरडावा घोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे घोड़ा से उले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे.
Garudasana. Now bring your right knee to the chest, raising it, and left heel close to the perineum. Bring your hands on the respective knees, spine is straight, gaze is at the nose, gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Siddhkari. Engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Garuda, eagle.
डाबो पग मोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल पे मूल द्वारिनी चाहिए वैसे जीमनी पगतली धरती टेकी घोड़ो ऊंचो उभो राशे.
Naradasana. Now interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together, twisting and bringing your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Siddhkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mulabandha. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada.
बिष्टि जुवाम पगतली केरी भूपरी ताही लगावे फेरी घोड़ा सुधो फणो है जो ये दशी पाशती राशे सोई.
Matsya Pitakasana. Now bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee and wrap your arms around the legs, holding the opposite shin. Extend your hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Continue Siddhkari. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तु गृहीतमच्च पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now we'll repeat the sequence starting from Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees, keeping the left knee on the top. Heels will be by the hip, both sitting bones on the mat, fingers interlaced and resting on the knees in Parshu Mudra. Now breathe in Siddhkari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and visualize a cow's face.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्पं दु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोज्य दक्षिणे पिता सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
Suyasana. Remaining in same position, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Siddhkari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण घोड़ो नीचो ठाने पाँवों तागे ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पदवृद्धि संधि पसारी.
Anusuyasana 2. Now bring your hands behind the back, interlacing them in Parashumudra. And as you exhale, bring your chest down and chin over the knees and nose close to the ground. Continue Siddhkari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles in Mulabandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरडावा घोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे घोड़ा से उले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे.
Garudasana. Now bring your left knee to the chest and right heel close to the perineum. And keep your respective hands on the respective knees, spine is straight, externally gaze at the nose, internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Siddhkari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles in Mulabandha and visualize yourself as eagle.
डाबो पग मोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वारिनी चाहिए वैसे जीमनी पगतली धरती टेकी घोड़ो ऊंचो उभो राशे.
Naradasana. Now interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together and place them outside the raised knee. Gaze externally at the third eye. Continue Siddhkari. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्ट जमाम पगतली केरी भूपरी ताही लगावे फेरी घोड़ा सुधो फणो है जो ये दशी पाशती राशे सोई.
Matsya Pitakasana. Now bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arms around the leg and hold the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Continue Siddhkari. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तु गृहीतमच्च पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Matsyendra Asana. Now we'll perform Matsyendra Asanas and 3 variations of Matsyendra Asana on either side. Now keeping one foot on the opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. And twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. And gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Siddhkari, engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यतः नम्बराङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षिणानोपरिन्यसेत्.
Kubasana. From Matsyendra Asana, release the hand from the face reaching for the toes and raise the back hand bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Siddhkari. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन गो गुण जोलो जाइए.
Matsyendra Asana 2. From Kubasana, bring your front hand to hold the front shin and release the back hand onto the ground behind you and twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Siddhkari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मच्छेन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनाश्रम अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now we'll repeat Matsyendra Asana on the other side. Now keeping other foot on the thigh. Put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Externally gaze at the third eye while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति ततः नम्बराङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षिणानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Moving on to Kubasana. From Matsyendrasana, release your hand from the face, reaching for the toes, and raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन गोगुण झोलो जाये.
Now from Kubasana, bring your front hand to hold the front shin and release the back hand on the ground behind you and twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मच्छेन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनाश्रम अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Padmasana. Now bring your feet onto the opposite thighs and hands on the respective knees. Externally gaze at the nose while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva. Press your tongue against your back of your teeth, inhaling through the mouth and exhale through the nose.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मवज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोपरि चेद्यते उभयपादतले यथा.
Padmasana 2. Now hold the opposite toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Press your tongue against the teeth, inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the nose. Engage only the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Mother Goddess Lakshmi, Goddess of Wealth.
उत्तानौ चरणं कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पानी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
Now the internal chanting from here is Om Nithyanandoham. Kukutasana. Remaining in Padmasana, insert the arms through the legs and balance yourself on the hands, lifting your crossed legs. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Now Pranayama is Sitkari. Breathe a hissing breath through the teeth and exhale through the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as a rooster.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरेकरो निवेश्य भूमावासिष्ठे व्योमस्तः कुक्कुटासनः.
Now from here on, the internal chanting or internal japa is Om Mahasadashivoham. Pranayama is Sahaja Pranayama, so please breathe normally through the nose in a comfortable, natural way. Badakeki Asana. Now remaining in Padmasana, rise onto your knees and bring your palms on the floor. Fingers will be facing you, elbow will be into the abdomen. Lean the body onto the elbows and lift the knees and head up. Gaze externally at the third eye while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally in Sahaja Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
धरामोष्टभिः करद्वेन तत्कुरुपरि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डपतति दर्के मायुरमेतत् प्रपतन्ति पीठं मञ्जुरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते.
From Badukeki Asana, stretch your legs and continue floating with your feet upwards. Gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्.
Makarasana. Now lay on the floor and bring your forehead on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your head. Open your legs, pointing your toes to the side. Breathe normally through the nose. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासचेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसारिवाणौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं दत्.
Salabhasana. Bring your hands on the ground under the shoulders and keep your legs together, raising the feet and thigh off the floor. Avoid bending the knees. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासचेते कारयुग्मवक्षौ भूमिमवश्रभकरयोः स्थलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वित्तस्थि चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
Ustrasana. Now hold onto your feet and press your heels to the hip region as you contract your abs and mouth. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासचेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढमुष्टं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Dhanurasana. Continue holding your respective feet and raise your chest and thighs high, bending your body like a bow as you balance yourself on your lower belly. Internally gaze in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue breathing normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a bow.
प्रसारिपादौ भूयदण्डरूपौ करो च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं दत्.
Relax. Now from here, the internal chanting will be Om Paramashivoham. Now raise yourself up. Next asana, Bhagasana. Keep your heels outside of the hip region. Sit on the knees with your toes beneath the perineum region. Rest the palms on the respective knees. Gaze externally at the third eye, internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो बैसे बरो जगत करे एकाई से पावन महिला गुल्प जो हो वो कुला पाशतीला वेसो वो.
Gohi Asana. Now hold your opposite elbows on the ground, interlacing the fingers, and bring your crown of the head on the ground. Hands will be supporting the head. Now walk your feet in and press your hips up, aligning the hip over the shoulders. Lift your feet up, calves and thigh together. Gaze at the nose externally. Continue breathing in through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो हाथ की गहुनी जो ये प्रिय कलाई जाने दो ये पिष्टी अंगुरिया की पुर जानो ऐसे बले भू ऊपर ठानो.
Shirsasana. Now from Gohi Asana, extend your feet straight up. Continue gazing at the nose. Breathe normally through the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
Relax. Bring your feet down safely. Now pranayama will be bhastrika, rapidly forcefully inhaling and exhaling through the nose into the chest region. Starting with Fodhiyasana. In a seated position, lift your legs up straight, avoid bending the knees. Bring your thighs close to the chest, hand will be holding the calves and knees will be close to the head. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काक सीठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरणों उभे आकाश दिसी करे.
Parigasana. Now bring your hands on the opposite shoulders. Maintain your legs together at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Avoid bending the knees. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a club or a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्वा हस्ताभ्यां गन्धरां बद्ध्वा कुम्भकां कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिहासनं भवति.
Nakasana. Maintain your legs at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Avoid bending the knees. Now extend your hands, bringing your hands close to the knees. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a boat.
उत्तानशयनं गुरुपराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्यः स्वनितम्बं निधाय शिरूरु जङ्घापादान् दण्डबद्धार्येत नौकासनं भवति.
Rudrasana. Sit up, keeping your back straight and reach your hands through the legs, bringing your soles together close to the chest. Gaze externally at the nose while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
पगदली संपुट करे हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई पगा का अंगूठा दो वो लेवु परली कानी तालवे.
Unmukha Pithasana. Lay on your back and bend your knees. Feet and hand will be on the floor. Raise your hips up. Now breathe completely and hold the breath. And now tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhar Bandha and exhale slowly. This is Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Om Paramashivoham.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्धमुखं ददा उत्ताभ्यहस्तो तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Shivasana. Now stretch out your legs and arms and your palms will be facing upwards. Draw the Kundalini Shakti and channelize throughout your body in Shakti Chalana Mudra. Completely relax the whole body, maintaining it motionless. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva and do the internal chanting Om Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववत् भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Congratulations for finishing the sequence of 108 traditional yoga asanas as per the Prathamagya Krama with all their traditional, authentic Shastra Pramanas. Now we'll be closing very shortly. Please start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Stretch your arms and legs out. Stretch side to side and rock yourself up to a comfortable seated position. Bring your head, neck and spine in a straight line and hands in together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Very shortly we'll be closing with the Purna Mantra and bowing down at Swamiji's feet at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and receiving his blessings and grace. Now we'll close with the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty.
Nithyanandam. Now, very shortly, we'll be moving on to our next segment in our morning pre-satsang, which is Guru Puja, Guru Pratyaksh Pada Puja. Now, before we move on to our puja, let us revisit the context. Why Guru Puja in Hinduism? In Hinduism, Guru is God and God is Guru. Now, this might be shocking for most of our viewers. How can Guru be God? Now, Lord Paramashiva himself reveals the truth in verse 20 of Guru Gita. He reveals, Yo Guruha Shivaha, Prokto Ya Shivaha Sa Guru Smritaha, which is translated as, He who is Guru is Shiva himself. So declares the scriptures. And that is the truth. That Shiva is Guru is reminded in Smritis, the remembered scriptures. Further, Lord Paramashiva declares, Durlabham Trishu Lokeshu Tushnushu Va Vadameham Guru Brahma Vinaya Satyam Satyam Varananya, which is translated as, now here, Lord Paramashiva is directly conversating with Devi Parashakti, Parvati. He is referring to Devi Parvati as, O lovely faced one, listen to my words and trust, for this truth is most rare and unknown to anyone else in the 3 worlds. Guru is Brahman, the pure cosmic consciousness, the source of all that is, and none other than Brahman itself. This is the truth, I declare. Very clearly, Lord Paramashiva is saying, Satyam Satyam, this is the truth, Varanane, I declare. Very clearly, Lord Paramashiva himself, in our sacred scriptures, Guru Gita, which is a part of Skanda Purana, is declaring how Guru is God and God is Guru. Now let us listen directly from our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the truth about puja.
I was shocked when I was reading some of the research reports science reveals about DNA. The agriculture lifestyle, eating rice and drinking milk, has given us such huge breakthrough for the human DNA. Brain started growing bigger and multiple benefits have started happening. That was one of the main reasons why human beings have become supremate beings. Why our species have conquered the planet. I tell you. If you start doing puja every day, your internal organs, intra organs, and physical body absorbs the DNA of Paramashiva, bio-memory of Paramashiva, bioenergy of Paramashiva fills you and manifests in bio-memory of you. Bioenergy of Paramashiva manifests in your bioenergy. Biomemory of Paramashiva manifests in your biomemory. Muscle memory of Paramashiva manifests in your muscle memory. You will manifest the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. I can give you 1,000,000 reasons, 1,000,000,000 evidences. All the great achievements of Hindus, all the great contributions of Hindus to the world is from puja. It is puja, which is the core component of Hinduism. Understand? Temple is not just organization for us. No, it is God's home. Deity is God's body. We don't do idol worship. We do deity worship. We don't worship idols. We worship God through idols. Somebody asked me, why do we pour milk on the Shivalinga? I said, no, we pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We worship God through deity. Understand? Puja makes you manifest extraordinary powers. It fills your biomemory with Paramashiva's biomemory.
Now, very similarly, Lord Paramashiva declares in Guru Gita in Skanda Purana in verse 80, Guru Reva Jagat Sarvam Brahma Vishnu Shivatmakam Guroha Parataram Nasti Tasmat Smapujyet Gurum, which is translated as, indeed, the Guru is the whole universe. There is nothing higher than the Guru. Therefore, worship the Guru. So now, following what Lord Paramashiva himself is revealing in Guru Gita, now we'll be performing the worship to the Guru with our next segment, Guru Puja. So please stay tuned. We'll be joining very shortly with the Guru Puja.
Nithyanandam. Before we begin the Pratyakshapada Puja, please declare the following statements with integrity and authenticity. If you agree, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer in the Pratyakshapada Puja to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. We will now begin the Pratyakshapada Puja. Please keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Inhale and exhale as deeply as possible and as slowly as possible. Please be in a space of deep gratitude and restful awareness in your Ananda Gandha. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitiladhrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuran Maladhara Spurita Gadikaupina Vasanaha Tadano Dushtaram Shirasi Bhanirajam Shishikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Achamya Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Shuklam Bharadaram Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasanavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantayet. Prananayam ya. Om Hom Ishanamurtaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavaktaraya Namaha, Om Hum Gurudaya Namaha, Om Him Mamadeuhya Namaha, Om Hum Tatjodatamurte Namaha, Om Ham Hridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikha Namaha, Om Him Kavacha Namaha, Om Hastra Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurtaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavaktaraya Namaha, Om Hum Gurudaya Namaha, Om Him Mamadeuhya Namaha, Om Hum Tatjodatamurte Namaha, Om Ham Hridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikha Namaha, Om Him Kavacha Namaha, Om Hastra Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha. Om Hom Ishanamurtaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavaktaraya Namaha, Om Hum Gurudaya Namaha, Om Him Vamadevukya Namaha, Om Hum Tatjojatamurte Namaha, Om Ham Hridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikha Namaha, Om Him Kavacha Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastra Namaha. ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभकृतनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ कन्यामासे कृष्णपक्षे सप्तम्यां शुभतिथौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां पुनर्वसु नक्षत्र शिवयोगा भवकरण एवं गुणविशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरढावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहारहद्वधोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कत्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थं भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये। ओम अब उपस्पृश्य कंठानादम ओम आगमार्तन्तु देवानां गमनार्तन्तु राक्षसां घंटानादं करोम यादो देवताह्वानलाञ्छनं घंटादेवताभ्यो नमः। मानस पूजा। ओम हृत्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं चरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेन अमृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेच्छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेकलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमधं तथा अमोहगम् अदम्बं च अद्वेष अक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दया पुष्पं क्षमा पुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पंचमम् इति पंचदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवम्। उपचार पूजा। आसनम् ओम सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। स्वागतम्। ॐ शान्तत्वात् सर्वकर्तृत्वा भावो परतिकारणात् शिव उक्तो महातंत्र मंत्रविद्भिः सदा शिवः तस्मै शिवाय गुरवे वीतरागकलाय वै अमेयत्वात् अनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवा स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो। अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्। ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। पाद्यम् ॐ यद्भक्तिलेशसम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसम्प्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत्। ॐ ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। अर्घ्यः ॐ दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं गृहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा। आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापहरं शुभं गृहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा। मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णसुधात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वधा। गन्धतैलम् ॐ स्नेहं गृहानक् स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं दधामि स्नेहमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। स्नानीयम् ॐ इदं सुशीतलं वारी स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्नानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। वस्त्रम् ॐ मायाचित्रपटाच्छन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयायते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। गन्धः ॐ शरीरं तेन जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एषद्गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यताम् इदमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय वौषट्। बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय वौषट्। तुलसीपत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दनतुलसीपत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। धूपः ॐ वनस्पतिरसो दिव्यो गन्धाद्यः सुमनोहरः आग्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः सबाख्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एषद्दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विवितं देवा शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या ग्रहाण परमेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। पानीयम् ॐ
समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वाहा।
The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of the Arati lamp.
Paramashivoham.
ॐ आरात्रिकम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपमाला सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसय्यसाहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामां कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम् पुष्पाञ्जलिः गुरुब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जलशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमहद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
लोकनाथ स्थित Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan. Kali Kalmashamagnaanam Nitya Uttarana Chikeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. ध्यायन्ति गायन्ति नमन्ति नित्यं ब्रह्म विष्णु शिवदेवा. नित्य ब्रह्म विष्णु शिवदेवा. तै प्रार्थितस्तस्य परावतारो. तै प्रार्थितस्तस्य परावतारो. विबाहुधारी नित्या. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan. Kali Kalmashamagnaanam Nitya Uttarana Chikeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Vande Jagadbijamakhण्डमेकं सुरैर्सेवितपादपीठं. नित्यसेवितपादपीठं. वन्दे भवे जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा
जय परमहंस श्री श्री नित्यानंद स्वामी की जय।
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted.
Nithyanandam, we welcome you all to the next segment of today's morning pre-Satsang segment. Now we'll be looking at the 10,000 years of history of Hinduism. To answer the question, where are we now in the history of Hinduism, how we got here? Our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has revealed, mind is society, body is natural. Many of our current problems and societal mental patterns are summation of the historical experiences of our ancestors. Some of our patterns are a result of transgenerational trauma we went through as a civilization. As a Hindu civilization, we have gone through a lot in the past 10,000 years, across the 10,000 years of our history. By understanding our Hindu history, we Hindus can better understand our contemporary civilization problems and heal our transgenerational trauma, patterns, samskaras, giving our entire civilization a breakthrough, a conscious breakthrough. If you look at the history, our civilization, Hindu civilization, has been known as one of the greatest civilizations, which has contributed 1/3 of the global GDP, having less than 1/3 of the global population, though it contributed a substantial economy to the world. We know about the great temples such as Angkor Wat Temple in Cambodia, originally a Shiva temple. Angkor Wat is known for its intricate carvings, like there is a wall almost 1 kilometer long, that is 1,000 meters long, where the story of the churning of the Milky Ocean has been carved on stone. We see these pictures. Now, these intricate carvings have a lot to tell us. We see how detailed the carvings are in our temples, where you can see in the pictures in front of you that even the veins, the blood vessels of the statues, the murtis, the vigrahas are carved on stone. Such minor detail, such intricate detail, even the hair is carved on stone. At the same time, let's look at Ellora Caves, a mountain, a monolithic mountain, a single piece of rock was carved down from top to bottom to create a temple. We can see in this picture how huge is Ellora Caves. So it is not just that the Hindus were into the detail, in the minor details, but we were also executing it in a magnanimous volume, in a very large volume, converting huge mountains into temples. So, right from moving thousands and thousands of tons of stones to converting those stones into the veins of the body, into the hair of the body, such intricate carving, such mega movement of mountains, stones, rocks might require huge number of machines in today's world with lot of manpower, lot of machines and lot of heavy machinery. But when we look at the intricate carvings, even we wonder how it is possible even today to carve in so much detail, how much patience, how much involvement it would have demanded from us. Hindu history is a summation of our ancestors, how they spend their life, time, energy, and made the most advanced civilization in the world, the most contributing, most peaceful, yet the most persecuted civilization. We see more pictures of Ellora caves, Ajanta Ellora caves, the Kailasa temple. Now let us look at some of the other temples like the Konark temple. The temple was devoted to Lord Surya, used to have levitating deities, deities who were levitating with magnets. These are recorded by histories, recorded as per the travelers during the ancient time, like Huang Zhang, who used to travel from China all the way to India and traveled across Bharat and the 56 Hindu nations and recorded the history. Many travelers, completely from foreign lands, unconnected to our civilization, recorded so much details. The Konark temple had wheels, which were in fact sundials, and it also has many intricate carvings of various animals, such as giraffes. They were carved on the temples, which giraffe is a native of Africa and not found in the Asian mainland, especially not in the Indian subcontinent. But we see the giraffe being carved in the Konark temple, which shows the kind of vast trade relationships and vast empire the Hindu nations had. We see in this picture the elephant and a giraffe being carved in Konark temple. Now, we know the glory of Hinduism in the Indian subcontinent, in Asia, in South Asia, all the way from Iraq, present day Iraq, which was called Parshu. There was a village called Parshu, it is still there in Iraq, all the way from Iraq to the southern tip of Australia. All these cities in between, in the extreme west, from the city of Parshu, which finds its mention in Rig Veda, right from there up until to the tip of Australia, the entire landmass has its mention in our scriptures. This was the width, the massive extent of our Hindu civilization, Hindu nations, 56 Hindu nations. But interestingly, many of us are not aware the presence of Hindu civilization, presence of indigenous dharmic religious traditions, which are very much connected to Hinduism in other parts of the world, in other continents, such as the North America and the South America. As per Puranas, sage Kapila, traditionally regarded as a founder of Samkhya school of Hindu philosophy, came to California and founded the present indigenous civilization present there. In 2002, in a sinkhole cave near the Caribbean resort of Tulum, remains of an ancient woman were found and recovered by divers. She was named La Mujer de Palamas, or the Woman of Palms. The Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History released photos of the reconstructed image of this ancient woman, who likely lived on the Mexico's Caribbean coast 10,000 years ago. Her body, structure, skin, and eyes were found to be similar to the population of Southeast Asia, the institute said in a statement. Now, there are more findings. We know about Bodhisena. Bodhisena was an Indian origin, a Hindu, Tamil Buddhist scholar and monk who was known for traveling to Japan, who established the Kegon school and the Japanese transmission of Huan school of Chinese Buddhism. He traveled all the way from the Indian subcontinent to Japan and spread Hinduism and Buddhism in Japan. Bodhisena's stay has been noted in the official history records called the Sokho Nihongi, where he is referred to as Bodhisena. Just as Bodhisena traveled from India to Japan, Hindu Puranas reveal Hindu sages traveling further, that is to the American subcontinent, just as sage Kapila traveling all the way to California. And it is apparent, it is not just a mere coincidence. The Mesoamerican Mayan civilization has a deep connection with Hinduism. Over the years of research and study, several parallels were found between the Mesoamerican Mayan civilization and Sanatana Hindu Dharma. A British statement wrote, "The great temple of Borobudur might readily be mistaken for a Central American temple." The Borobudur temple is a 7th century Mahayana Buddhist temple in the town of Muntilan, Java. So we are talking about Borobudur temple, which is in Java, in Southeast Asia. And it is looking very similar to a temple in Central American region. Now the reason is the fundamental scriptures, the Agama Shastras, the Shilpa Shastras, which are followed for making the Mesoamerican Mayan civilizational temples and which are used for making Hindu temples all across South Asia and Southeast Asia are the same. This have been found and established by several archaeologists. E.G. Square, in his American Archaeological Research in 1851, writes, "It is believed a proper examination of these monuments would disclose the fact that in their interior structure as well as in their exterior form, an obvious purpose of these buildings correspond with great exactness to those of Hindustan and the Indian archipelago." Very clearly, Ephraim George Square in 1851 very detailedly described how the temples of Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the temple of Mesoamerican Mayan civilization are very similar, both in their purpose, that is worship of Paramashiva, of the ultimate consciousness, and also are very similar in their interior structure and exterior form, completely aligned with Hinduism. The Aztec civilization and Hinduism also has a deep connection. Now we look in front of us the pictures of Lord Brahma, the Lord of creation, Lord Vishnu, Lord of sustenance, and Lord Paramashiva, Lord Shiva, the Lord of regeneration and destruction. They have equivalent in the Aztec civilization. American archaeologist E.G. Square in 1821 and 1888, while comparing the indigenous Aztec civilization and Hinduism, wrote, "Indeed, we have seen the Hindu triad, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, has very nearly its counterpart in Tezcatlipoca, Tlaloc, and celestial Huitzilopochtli, the creator, preserver, and destroyer and reproducer." We see the pictures of the respective Aztec deities below, and we see the pictures of the respective Hindu deities above. So our Hindu civilization has been extremely vast. When we talk about advanced human civilization, one which built empires, monuments, new languages, could read and write, make weapons, perform worship, demonstrate higher skills, The modern scientific community identifies 10 main civilizations, such as the ancient Egyptian civilization, which existed from 3000 BCE to 332 BCE, and then the Mesopotamian civilization, which existed in 6000 BCE, that is almost 8000 years ago, up until 539 BCE. The Jiao civilization, which existed 5700 BCE, many years ago, almost 7000 years ago. The Mayan civilization, which has been also identified as very similar to the Hindu civilization, which existed in 1200 BCE up until 250 BCE. The Greek and Roman civilization, very recent, which started around 2700 BCE to up until 465 CE. Now, amongst all these civilizations, the only ancient civilization which we find existed 10,000 years ago, spread across Asia, spread across South Asia, spread across Southeast Asia, reaching all the way till North America and South America, having trade relationships with Africa. Such a vast civilization which has continuously survived for 10,000 years is none other than the Hindu civilization. The Hindu civilization has lasted for 10,000 years continuously, maintaining the exact same lifestyle for 10,000 years. Of course, the lifestyle has changed over the years. There has been many dilutions. There have been a lot of persecution and a lot of suffering that we have gone through. But if you look at the scriptures, the ancient scriptures, we look at Ramayana, we look at Mahabharata, we look at the various astronomical references given in each of these scriptures, and we use calculations of celestial bodies and use astronomical data from modern telescopes and calculate those dates. All these shastras give the same dates for the same events. And various scientific evidences, archaeological data, copper plate inscriptions, the movement of sun and moon, all of these tell the same story. Our history is more than 10,000 years old, and our history is filled of contribution, enormous contribution to the Hindu civilization, to the human civilization, to humanity, to the globe. And at the same time, we need to know how we got where we are right now. There's a story of the Hindu Holocaust. Several years ago, around 3000 BCE, at the end of Mahabharata, Hindu nations in South Asia spanned 56 nations of South Asia, right from Parshu village in Iraq, all up until the tip of Australia in southeast, all the way from Kazakhstan in the north, up until the base of Sri Lanka in the south. A very vast region. Hindu civilization existed in 56 nations, which protected the human rights, religious freedom of various indigenous civilizations, various religions, various peoples, various tribes, and lived peacefully. Slowly, after 3000 BCE, due to various invasions, the Hindu nations collapsed. And now there is not even a single Hindu nation in the entire globe other than KAILASA. There is no Hindu nation in entirety. Nepal was the last Hindu nation which ceased to exist as a Hindu nation in the year 2007 when Nepal adopted a secular constitution. Now, over the years, one by one, from region to region, Hindu nations collapsed one by one. In 3162 BCE, Gandhari, the queen from Gandhara, plays a major role in the war of Mahabharata. Gandhar was a Mahajanapada, a great republic. We see a broken deity of Bhagwan Ganesha from 500 CE from Afghanistan. Today, Afghanistan, nobody can imagine that Afghanistan was once a Hindu nation. The Mauryan Empire extended all the way till Afghanistan in 285 BCE. In fact, the Hindu population in Afghanistan was almost one third. Just recently, very recently, less than a few thousand years, less than around 700 CE, till 700 CE, one third of the population in Afghanistan was Hindu civilization. But by the year 2020, only 0.03% population of India, of Afghanistan, is a Hindu population. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka finds its mention in the famous Puranic epic, the story of Bhagwan Rama in Ramayana, which occurred around 5650 BC. By 271 BCE, Lanka became part of the Mauryan Empire. In 1041 BCE, Lanka was a part of the Chola Empire. But now, today, the population of Sri Lanka, in 1971, the population of Hindus in Sri Lanka was 25%. By the year 2012, it reduced to 12.6%. And by 2022, we don't know. Similarly, Indonesia was once a part of Srivijaya, a Hindu civilization, till the year 1000 CE. After 1571, due to Dutch, English, Portuguese, and invasions and various invasions, the Hindu kingdoms collapsed. Today, the population of Hindus in Bali, in Indonesia, is less than 2%, and the population in Bali is also on a decline. Similarly, Malaysia was also a part of Srivijaya Empire, once a Hindu nation. Similarly, Nepal, once a Hindu nation and the last Hindu nation on this planet, was a Hindu nation for 10,000s of years, which had majority Hindu population, which is mentioned in famous epics such as Mahabharata and Ramayana. Nepal has a continuous history of more than 10,000 or more than 3,000 years, continuous Hindu civilization. Even Nepal now is no more a Hindu nation. Now looking at Pakistan, it is very shocking to know, if we read the Puranas, the Vedas, Pakistan is literally at the center. The present day Pakistan finds its mention as the center of the Hindu civilization. If you look at the kingdoms on the west and we look at the Hindu kingdoms on the east, during the end of Mahabharata, Pakistan was at the very center of the Hindu civilization. Now, the Hindu civilization has shrunk, and there is no Hindu civilization in Pakistan, almost wiped out. So the country, the region, which was once the center, geographically, center or the geometrical center of Hindu civilization, today is not a Hindu nation and is seen as a country which is towards the west of the present Hindu civilization. Pakistan finds mention in several Vedagamic civilizations. In ancient time, it was part of the Mauryan Empire. It was a part of the Kushan Empire and part of several Hindu nations. The Pakistan city of Lahore was first founded by Lava from the era of Sri Rama, 10 of thousands of years ago, around 5500 BCE. Till 1951, around 12% of the population was Hindu population in Pakistan. Around 1998, it reduced to 1.6%. Today, in 2022, we do not know what is the Hindu population in Pakistan. There has been several persecution, which is still going on in various parts of Asia. Hindu women and children, small girls, are abducted and forcibly converted. 20 to 25 Hindu girls are abducted every month and forcibly converted from Hinduism to other religions against their will. 95% of all Hindu temples have been destroyed and converted in several parts of Asia, and Hindus have been forced to flee. Similarly, is a story in Bangladesh, once a part of the Pala Empire and also part of the Kashi Empire, Magad. The entire region up until 1951 had 22% Hindu population. By 2011, it reduced to 8.9%. By 2022, we do not know what is the population of Hinduism or Hindu population in Bangladesh. During the several event invasions during the Hindu Holocaust that happened in the last century, there have been great famines, man-made famines, which wiped off several Hindus off the planet for no reason. In 1971, a big Hindu genocide happened in the Bangladesh region of Asia. It began on 26 March 1971, where 3 million or 30 lakh were killed and around 350,000 women were gang raped, being referred to as Gonimotar Mal or public property. It is no surprise that the Hindu population has dwindled across Asia because of the massive persecution. We know about the genocide of Hindus in Kashmir, the exodus of Kashmiri Hindus, which started and peaked at around 20 January 1990. Before Exodus, 160,000 Hindus were in Kashmir. After Exodus, less than 4,000 Hindus were left in Kashmir. We are seeing decline and collapse of Hinduism all around the world. Now let us understand, there is no country for Hindus other than KAILASA. There are some 30 countries around the world which declare themselves adhering to the Christian religion and protecting the Christian religions, which means their constitution of 30 countries declare religion of Christianity as their official state religion. Similarly, some 40 countries declare the religion of Islam as their official state religion. 2 countries, Bhutan and Cambodia, declare Buddhism as a state religion. But why is there no country on planet Earth which declares Hinduism as its state religion? Why there is no country in the world which takes responsibility of protecting Hinduism as a religion, which takes the responsibility of protecting Hindu Shastras in its original form? Why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, had to create KAILASA, the whole only Hindu nation? Now, we'll be with this introduction to the need of the Hindu nation to protect the human rights, the religious rights, the civil and political rights of Hindus, to protect the Shastras, the authentic Hindu civilization, which survived 10,000 of years, peacefully lived across the globe and enriched the world. The need to protect this Hindu civilization, we needed to create the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Guru, had to create KAILASA, the only Hindu nation. Now, moving on to the next segment, we'll be going through the Hindu civilizational nation KAILASA, the revival of Hindu civilizational nation KAILASA by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Guru. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors, who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has been working relentlessly the past almost 4 decades, reviving what we just saw was lost across the 10,000 years of Hindu history. Many of us take the Hindu history for granted. We feel that, okay, Hinduism survived for 10,000 years. Hinduism is Sanatana Dharma, eternal religion. Yes, Hinduism is eternal, but it can be wiped off the geography. We witnessed exactly this. We saw how when Hinduism spanned across the globe, even the mainland, even in the mainland of Asia, right from the village of Parshu in Iraq in the west, all the way till the tip of Australia in the southeast, Kazakhstan in the top north, and Sri Lanka in the south. Such a massive landmass of Hindu nations, 56 Hindu nations, which are noted and mentioned at the end of Mahabharata at around 3300 BCE, which also finds its mention in various Puranas. It finds its mention in various travel documents of travelers who came from China, such as Hunzang. It finds mention in several records of the Greek Empire in their trade, trade records, which still survive, some of them which still survive. Hindu nations were present throughout the world, even in South Africa, South America, and North America, in form of the Mesoamerican indigenous civilization, the Aztec civilization. We had trade relationships with Europe, with Greek and European civilization, with the Roman civilization. We had relationships with Egypt, in Egypt, during the war between Egypt and another ancient civilization. The witness of the treaty between the two nations, after fighting a war of 100 years, came to a settlement and decided to end the war. During that time, they signed a treaty. That treaty was signed with having Agni, Vayu, and Varuna, the deities, the Hindu deities, as their witnesses. It was believed if anyone of the either kingdom broke the promise, broke the treaty, the gods, the Hindu gods, the Hindu gods such as Vayu, Varna, Agni, will be bringing misfortune to their kingdoms or aligning them back to the original truth of Paramashiva. So it shows that even the Egyptian civilization had deep connections with Hinduism. It is no surprise these things are not something which we find casually on the internet. These are recorded by archaeologists and established as the narrative of humanity, the human history, which are available in various museums. All these inscriptions are carved and available in various museums in Egypt and Europe. But the truth about Hindu civilization is much bigger. Our history is not written in paper. Our history is carved on stone and is still getting carved on stone. That is why our history cannot be forgotten, cannot be mistaken, cannot be diluted. It is this civilization that the supreme pontiff of Hinduism took birth, took an incarnation as a 1008 incarnation of Paramashiva to revive KAILASA, the only Hindu nation, the enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism was recognized by his predecessors who were enlightened masters and adepts. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Before the year 1981, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism was identified as a 1008 incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. In the year 1981, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Bala Sannyas and performed his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In 1988, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam or pontiff of Thondai Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university in Hinduism. When we look at the history of Thondai Mandala Adinam, for example, it starts the time when Devi Parashakti went to Kanchipuram below a mango tree. This history is recorded in Skanda Purana. When we look at the archaeological and astronomical data, the position of star, moon, celestial bodies, we find the date going all the way back till around 7000 BCE, which is 9000 years ago. The history of Thondai Mandala Adinam starts from there, almost 9000 years ago. On 24th May 1994, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Arunachala Sarangapitham by Guru Parampara. Arunachala Sarangapitham has its origin mentioned in Skanda Purana, Devi Parashakti went to perform a penance in sacred Arunachala as guided by Paramashiva and Gautama Rishi. This finds mention in Skanda Purana. Similarly, in the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. In the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvangapitha. Kashi, Varanasi, is well known as the most ancient city in the human history which is still alive. For Kashi, it is said Paramashiva holds Kashi on his Trishul. Kashi is known as a city which will never be forsaken by Paramashiva, always protected. Kashi finds its mention by various ancient travelers who came from China and other parts of the world in India. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvangapitha in the year 1999. On 4th November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded Adi Kailasa Sarvangapitham. On 1st January 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvangapitham. On 31st December 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Surya Vamsa lineage. The Surya Vamsa lineage, the history of Surya Vamsa lineage is also very ancient. Bhagwan Lord Ram, who lived around 7000 BCE, as per contemporary records, as per the contemporary study of astronomical data recorded in Ramayana and other sacred Hindu scriptures, was also a Surya Vamsa. It was from Surya Vamsa lineage. It is from the lineage of Bhagwan Ram that the Surangi Samrajyam continued. It is from this lineage that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the emperor. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is one of the only surviving emperors who is continuing the lineage of Bhagwan Ram as an emperor of the Surya Vamsa lineage. In the year 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as a Guru Mahasanidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarvangapitham. In the same year, in 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. The patron saint of Mahanirvani Akhada, Kapila Muni, known as Sankhya Muni, the founder of Sankhya philosophy, who was an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, finds his mention in Bhagavad Gita. Even Bhagwan Krishna, 5000 years ago, around 3300 BCE, reveals how he followed the Sankhya philosophy of Kapila. Mahanirvani Akhada originated from Sankhya Mukhi, Kapila, and has been continuously existing throughout the past several thousand years. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada in the year 2007. In the year 2012, on 27th April, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Madurai, Shamla Pitha Sarvangapitham, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom. Madurai, the kingdom of Madurai, was ruled by Devi Meenakshi and Lord Sundareshwara. The father of Devi Meenakshi also fought in Mahabharata war, which finds its mention around 3300 BCE as per contemporary calculations of astronomical data of that era. From long time in history of humanity, generation by generation, various pontiffs continued the Madurai, Shamla Pitha, Sarvangapitham, the civilizational, enlightened civilizational nation of Devi Meenakshi and Lord Sundareshwara. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasanidhanam or Supreme Pontiff of Madurai. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar or Supreme Spiritual Head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the youngest Mahamandaleshwar during his coronation. It is a very less known fact, but even Gautama Buddha, the founder of Buddhism, was actually a monk of Mahanirvani Akhada. Mahanirvani Akhada is extremely ancient, and even today, Buddhism is honored as a Mahari of Mahanirvani Akhada, that is, as a part or a branch or an offshoot of Mahanirvani Akhada, and therefore, even the Dalai Lama accepts, and Hindu and various Buddhist leaders accept their connection with the Hindu history and share the common lineage and glory of Hinduism, publicly acknowledging and accepting and sharing their gratitude for Hinduism. In the same year, in 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada. Atal Akhada is the oldest monastic order in Hinduism. Very interestingly, we just went through the Hindu history. We know that Pakistan, the country of Pakistan, the present day country of Pakistan, finds its mention in various Puranas. The headquarter of Atal Akhada was Multan, which today is in Pakistan. In Multan, the Atal Akhada had an ancient temple where, as per various travelers, it is recorded, such as Yun Zhang and other travelers who came from China, it is recorded that there were magnets kept which made a huge stone levitate in the air. This was during the time Atal Akhada was in Multan in the present day Pakistan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, or the Supreme Spiritual Head, Supreme Guru of Atal Akhada in 2013. The coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was done by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukadevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam or Pontiff of Tanjore Adinam. In 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Tirvarur Adinam. In the same year, in 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam and Panchanadikalam Adinam. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. In the same year, in 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Adipitha Kuladamat. And in the year 2015, our beloved Guru was elected as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders or pontiffs. Now we went through this brief introduction of the various coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. At the same time, we went through a brief mention of the lineage of these traditions, these respective traditions, how ancient these traditions are, all going all the way, starting from Tondai Mandala Adinam, going all the way to 7000 BCE, finding its mention in the ancient scriptures such as Kanda Purana. These things are not a fantasy. These things are substantiated by astronomical data which is recorded in our Hindu scriptures such as the Skanda Purana. We also went across the globe, such as when we mention about Atal Akhada, we know the headquarters of Atal Akhada was in present-day Pakistan, in the city of present Multan. The Multan city, the connection of the city of Multan is even recorded today in our day-to-day life. In several pujas, in several worship, the Multani Matti, the soil of Multan is used. Even today, people get the soil of Multan and perform various pujas. Hindus are connected with their geography. We might have been uprooted to our geography, but our civilizational history is recorded on stone, is recorded in our lifestyle, is recorded in our daily rituals, in our puja, in our chanting, in our lifestyle. And that is why it cannot be so easily forgotten, despite the years, relentless Hindu persecution and Hindu Holocaust. Looking at this history, one by one, various Hindu leaders, Hindu gurus, Hindu Pithadishwaras, Hindu pontiffs of various ancient monasteries recognized our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the incarnation of Paramashiva, and with great reverence, gratitude, admiration, and with a dream of having Hinduism reach to the modern civilization, to the entire globe, and serve humanity. One by one, various Pithadishwaras and leaders of Hinduism declared the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as their successor, coronating him as a Guru Mahasanidhanam or Pontiff of various Adinams, various monasteries, various Sarvanga Pithas, monastic ancient states and and all the Hindu leaders recognize Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to lead and guide humanity to the next years to come, to give them a super conscious breakthrough. Throughout the past 4 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken the lead by reviving KAILASA, the ancient Hindu civilizational nation, and made several global initiatives.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food.
We apologize for the technical glitch. Now let us look at some of the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. 28 years of relentless humanitarian services initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies of KAILASA. The pictures in front of us show a small glimpse of the various services offered through various international agencies of the agencies and bodies of KAILASAs through the hard work, 28 years of relentless hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to offer the services of Hinduism to the whole world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored more than 300 books and written more than 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. These books have been translated into more than 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies, books, and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world. He is read and watched by over 1 billion followers in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered over 10,000 hours of discourses, which have gathered over 1 billion views on the social media. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism. He is the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of over 1,000 KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvangapithams. With this, we just went through a very brief introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now we'll be looking at one of the global projects of KAILASA led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be looking at KAILASA's Ishanya project. The actual truth is, humanity as a modern society has already reached a state of technology and infrastructure to provide food, clothing, and medical care for all 8 billion people calling planet Earth home. Unfortunately, our decision makers have not reached the necessary conscious level to make the humanitarian decisions of providing basic needs for all 8 billion people. The survival needs for all 8 billion people doesn't depend on availability of housing and food, but rather on the conscious level of decision makers. It is only consciousness we lack, nothing else. We'll be looking at the world today. We just saw where we are and how we came. We saw the history of the humanity. We saw the Hindu history almost covering 10,000 years at a glance. Now we'll be looking at the world today and the problems of the world, such as one side, we are dumping tons of food to the waste in the oceans and landfills in order to maintain steady prices. On the other side, millions are dying of hunger. Other example is medical equipment wastage. One side, we are dumping functioning medical equipment for new models. The other side, millions are dying without access to very basic medical equipment. Another aspect is the clothing wastage. One side, humanity is dumping millions of tons of barely worn clothes into the oceans. The other side, several children are struggling for basic clothing. Home and shelter wastage. Another aspect. One side, we are facing home foreclosures and empty locked homes. And on the other side, millions of people are facing homelessness. When we look at the history of Hinduism, such a food wastage was unknown. Our Hindu scriptures have revealed and have ordained to produce food in masses. And at the same time, when we go through our Shastras, it is ordained that every puja, every worship has to be accompanied by dana, which is charity. That is why we produced food in a massive amount. And at the same time, we donated food. Such food wastage is unheard in the history of humanity. Now we'll be looking quickly at these various aspects. One side, 1/3 of the global food production, that is 1.3 billion tons, is getting lost or wasted. On the other side, even if just 1/4 of the food currently lost or wasted globally is saved, it would be enough to feed 870 million hungry people in the world. Right now, as of the latest statistics, we have 265 million people getting affected by hunger due to the COVID-19 epidemic and various crises. 35 million people are dying from hunger worldwide. A child dies from hunger every 10 seconds. Poor diets are linked to 20% of the deaths worldwide. One side, 5.25 billion US dollars worth of medical equipments are getting wasted. Around 80 to 85% of such medical waste can be reused. On the other side, 100 million people are pushed into extreme poverty because of lack of health, because of lack of health services, and because of the costly health expenses. Now looking at clothing wastage, 100 billion garments are produced each year, which with almost one third, 33% going to landfills. On the other side, 1 in 8 child in the world is without basic clothes. 1 billion children worldwide are multidimensionally poor without access to basic accessories. 22,000 children die each day due to inhygiene around the world. Now looking at vacant homes and shelters. The world has 42 million homes vacant out of its 426 million homes. Almost 1 in every 10 homes in advanced economies are empty. Japan has the highest number of vacant homes with 13.6% of its dwellings not lived in. At the same time, there is an increase of 27% in homelessness due to the economic impacts of COVID-19. Homeless people are over 9 times more likely to take their own lives than the general population. 78% of the homeless people report having a physical health condition, 44% of them having mental health diagnosis, and 41% use drugs and alcohol to cope up with mental health issues. Now, KAILASA's aim through the Ishanya project is to raise the consciousness level in the world and bring to the fore the real issues facing the world, and through a specialized process of recycling, facilitating the movement of good quality, unwanted items from the haves to the haves not. This Chaturmasya, 4 months from July to October 2022 alone, 1 crore people, 10 million people should practice Samadhi to raise their consciousness. And 1 crore people, 10 million people should be pulled out of poverty. This is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and guidance to KAILASA. This is KAILASA's aim. Now, there are many benefits for donors. It is a great boon to provide those in need. For the world, recycling removes a lot of hazardous material from nature, adding to a cleaner environment. For those in need, millions of people around the world will be alive and raised out of poverty, hunger, and inadequate health practices due to lack of medical facilities. It is a win-win-win situation. Over the last 27 years, Sri KAILASA has built a network of legal entities in 140 countries around the world, holding charity status in 118 of these countries. In many countries, Sri KAILASA's entities are registered distributors as well, meaning we can manage the entire process end to end. We'll make full use of this network to collect clothing, medical equipment, and food material from the developed nations, transport them, and distribute it to countries and regions in need, with all transportation and distribution expenses sponsored by Sri KAILASA. Indeed, the Hindu nation network is getting revived worldwide and being used for the benefit of entire humanity, right from fulfilling our basic thirst, our daily requirement, our life requirement, to giving us the ultimate liberation, enlightenment. Our process involves collection of clothing, medical equipment, and foodstuff from various countries around the world, followed by a quality control and processing of received goods, and finally, a distribution of good quality clothing, medical equipment, and food to the countries in need. Now let us look at few places how the Ishanya project is impacting the world. In Madurai, India, for example, 26,800 servings of food were offered to homeless and hungry. In Jaitinagar, Kolinochu, Sri Lanka, 2,000 meals served at Mahadev Swamikal Children's Home. In Kotagala region, Sri Lanka, 2,500 articles of clothing donated and distributed. In Hyderabad region, India, weekly Annadan feeding of hundreds of poor villages from around the region. In Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu, India, non-stop day and night Annadan and healing sessions for hundreds of thousands of pilgrims circumambulating the sacred Arunachala hill. Now with this, we come to the end of this segment where we were looking at KAILASA's Ishanya project. We'll be continuing and we'll be back very shortly. Please stay with us. Nithyananda.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side, the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. Now, a very important reminder. Paramashivoham Level 3. After 3 years, the most awaited program with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham manifests the deeper experiences of 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, power manifestation. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. With this, we come to the end of today's pre-satsang hosting, and very shortly we'll be welcoming our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the upcoming Alive Satsang. A quick and important mention about Paramashivoham. Throughout this pre-satsang segment, we saw the history of Hinduism, how throughout the 10,000 years, Hinduism contributed so much around the world. It is through the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, that all what we lost throughout the past 10,000 years is getting revived and being offered and being shared with us through various initiatives. The goodness of Hindu civilization, for example, we saw how it is being shared by the larger population through the Ishanya project. In the same way, through Paramashivoham Level 3, the Jnana, the knowledge, the Charya, the lifestyle, the Yoga, the science of experiencing oneness, is being revived. The various branches of Hinduism is being revived and being presented to us in a very easy way, in which we can manifest it in our day-to-day life and give ourselves, our consciousness, a breakthrough and manifest different powers that our bodies have been built and programmed right from the DNA by the Bhagwan Paramashiva. Paramashivoham is a one-stop solution where all the requirements of our consciousness, of our being, right from attending to a smallest problem of our being, such as a headache, to giving us the ultimate revelations as per Hinduism is revealed. Now, it is time for today's Alive Satsang. Now let us please sit straight with our hands folded in front of our heart and head, neck and spine in a straight line. Now we'll be chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivam and praying to receive our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the upcoming Alive Satsang. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessing. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Will persistence is the only qualification you need for Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Listen. Will persistence. Understand? I was just sitting and meditating. Why some people get only Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Why some people get Navakanda Yoga Samadhi? Because Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is higher than what you understand as Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, Nirvikalpa Samadhi is highest Samadhi your consciousness can achieve. That is enough for enlightenment and to reach Mahakailasa, everything. But Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is something like that. Nirvikalpa Samadhi filling your whole body, even physical body. And the physical body entering into the consciousness of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and raising to the Mahakailasa's frequency with the body. So naturally, I should say that Navaganda Yoga Samadhi is like a going more than Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Listen. Many people achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi and be satisfied with it. That is like tamarind fruit. The inside that fruit is ripe and it naturally gets detached from the shell. So after that, what happens to shell does not touch you. What happens to the shell does not touch the fruit. Same way, once your consciousness is ripe, what happens to the body does not touch you. Many people come and tell me why great beings like Ramana Maharishi, Ramakrishna, Ram Surat Kumar all had cancer. Listen, they did not have cancer. They did not leave the body due to cancer. After they left the body, cancer took it. They decided to leave the body. So something has to happen to the physical body to go back to the earth. So cancer took it back to earth. So be very clear. Listen. You need to elaborately understand this Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is your consciousness ripening. Navaganda Samadhi is even your body. Along with your consciousness, raising to the higher worlds, higher time zones, higher energy fields. People who mastered Navaganda Samadhi only go to the higher worlds and bring the great gifts from the higher worlds and share it with us all, with the human level. So Navaganda Samadhi is something furthering of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, yesterday I was sitting in Samadhi, wanted answer for this question. To share with you all why some people achieve only Nirvikalpa Samadhi, why some go up to Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. What is the ingredient, unique, real, principal ingredient for the alchemy of Navaganda Yoga Samadhi? Understand? Unique, principle, primary, primordial, or I should say that true, right, source reason for someone to travel to Navaganda Samadhi. How Paramashiva decides to give Navaganda Samadhi to some people? Why he gives Navaganda Samadhi to some people? I saw clearly, the Paramashiva revealed the reason clearly. It is sheer will persistence. You may ask, oh, after Nirvikalpa Samadhi, naturally your will dissolves. Then how can you have a will persistence? Listen, will dissolves into Paramashiva's will does not mean your will disappears. Fish may be inside the ocean, but it gets the right to swim on the top or the bottom. It can go to the depth of the ocean or it can just swim on the shallow waters. The freedom exists even in Navaganda, in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This may be new information for you, but that's the truth. Decision who moves towards Navaganda Samadhi is basically done by Paramashiva based on the will persistence of the individual. Listen carefully. For any normal human being, Nirvikalpa Samadhi itself is enough. But if you want to be a teacher, guru, an incarnation, to bring great things from vertical time zone, higher worlds, and share it with the world, then you need Navaganda Samadhi. Then naturally you need Navaganda Samadhi. So understand, you may ask why masters like Vadalur Vallalar, Ramalinga Swami took the body. He just used the Navaganda Samadhi and made the Divya Sarira and left. He just took the body and left to the higher worlds, KAILASA. But masters like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna left the body here and went. Please be very clear. Never ever compare these great beings with your pea brain or rat brain, peanut sized brain. No, don't do that mess. Maybe Ramana Maharshi thought leaving his body here in the planet Earth will continue to help millions of seekers. I tell you, just Ramana Maharshi's body alone is such a powerful Jnanagarbha. Such powerful Jnanagarbha. Unimaginable Jnanagarbha. It made millions ripe into enlightenment, including me. If Ramana Maharshi has taken his body, like Vadalur Ramalinga Swami, surely it would have been a great loss. So they have their own reason. Same way Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna, by leaving his body and especially making it burnt, he gave the asti which is installed now in hundreds of places all over the world. So each one of them have their own reason. You understand now the science of Navaganta Samadhi. Fundamental qualification is will persistence. Listen. Shiva, Paramashiva tests only your will persistence. He doesn't see any other qualification. You can't earn these great samadhis by your own qualification. He only sees, if I give, will this guy be able to receive and live it? That's all he sees. He doesn't see any other quality. He tests your devotion. That's all, nothing else. Devotion means will persistence. That's all, nothing else. Somebody is putting the message here that seeing you being a guru and troubled by people all around, she doesn't want to be a guru. K.A.R. Pratibha Suryavansh. She just wants liberation once and for all. What a stupid mentality. If you really feel I am troubled by people, you should see how you can stand with me and solve the issue, keep the planet Earth right ecosystem for more gurus to happen. What a selfish, cheap persons you Hindus have become. You guys are so selfish. You think, let me get liberation somehow. And I don't need to care about keeping the ecosystem for more gurus to happen on the planet Earth. So you plan to lose your next generation. Unless you drop this mind, you will not get even Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is absolute extreme cunningly strategizing even with Paramashiva. All of you understand. If you really feel I am troubled, you should decide to stand for me to keep the ecosystem of more gurus to come to planet Earth. Even in that situation, if you are thinking so selfishly, forget even about Nirvikalpa Samadhi. What? Navaganda Samadhi. Today, just before my session, some of the devotees were sharing their experience. I think KAILASA was talking. He was telling that he went to India and people were Tamil Nadu and people were telling in Tamil Nadu that Swamiji is gone and he is dead. Immediately he was worried about, oh, who will then teach all these great sciences to human beings? And he was so proudly telling that he was feeling sad and missing me, and he was worried about who will teach all these great science to the world. As if when I am alive, you guys come and stood with me and fought for me. You were doing your life. I am just utility value for you. And even when we heard, as a rumor, somebody telling that Swamiji is gone and he is not there, he did not feel like, let me go to the ashram and see. First, confirm the news. Second, ask whether they need any help. Without Swamiji, how are they going to survive? How is that ecosystem which Swamiji left is going to be alive? He did not bother about all that. But one good thing, I have brought my Shiva Bhuta, Shiva Ganas from Kailasa to make my ecosystem. I am not dependent on you guys. But if you guys were having the right attitude, you will receive more. I'm just looking around and seeing what funny attitude people have. And how casually people utter the word which they really don't mean. Somebody was asking, is Navaganda Samadhi painful? No. Navaganda Samadhi is not painful. But going through the Navaganta Samadhi and bringing so many great things from Mahakailasa and giving it to all these people who are so cheap and selfish is painful. See, why anti-Hindu forces, Hindu Misia forces, why are they attacking me? So that seeing me, nobody else will become a Hindu guru. Nobody else will start practicing or preaching Hinduism. That is exactly this woman is falling for. This one putting the message, who puts the message, oh, seeing you being tortured, I don't want to be guru anymore. Just liberate. This is exactly the trap they were laying, and she is falling for it. I am making it very clear. Only those who are ready to sacrifice anything to keep the ecosystem, Hindu ecosystem alive on the planet Earth, will receive Nirvikalpa Samadhi or any Samadhi, higher enlightenment experience or the great powers of Paramashiva, everything. All selfish gang, you guys will get money. You guys will get only all the low, cheap things, silly things. Have money, have health, maybe little relationship, little good life. Just get lost with that. Don't expect Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Don't expect Navaganta Samadhi. Great things like Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganta Samadhi are all for the spiritual warriors, people who are ready to sacrifice anything for spirituality. My disciples, listen, all my disciples, you will all be ready to sacrifice anything to keep the Hindu ecosystem, Kailasa ecosystem alive on the planet Earth. It is because of my ultimate Tyaga, I am reviving with the grace of Paramashiva, this whole Kailasa ecosystem, for you all to enjoy it, experience it. That is why Paramashiva tests your ability to will persistence. Your will persistence is tested by Paramashiva. Kirti Punekar is messaging, I agree with you, Swamiji, with a deep gratitude. Hold me anyhow. No. Holding me is your responsibility. I will only test your will persistence. I'll give everything. Paramashiva has ultimate things, gifts of Kailasa. If you hold on, If you held intensely, if you are continuously holding, but holding me itself is your responsibility. Don't think I will hold you. No. Not only I will not hold you, when you are holding, I will test your capacity to hold me, your capacity to be with me. I will only test it. Be very clear. Navaganda Yoga Samadhi can happen in you just by breathing along with me in same rhythm, same tune. Nothing more is needed. Sit with me, breathe in the same rhythm, same tune, same mode. The vibrations I am creating while I am inhaling and exhaling, it can just penetrate your inhaling and exhaling. Go and sit inside your consciousness and manifest as Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. That's it. Nothing else is needed. You don't need any other qualification other than your will persistence. That is why your will persistence is thoroughly tested. By your own effort, you can't get it. It has to be only given from guru to disciple, because I myself got it from my gurus. I did not make it on my own. Human beings can't make it on their own. It is that kind of a highest frequency, wavelength experience. It can only be given from the higher dimensions. Means from guru to disciple, you can never make it on your own. So the only qualification is will persistence. With will persistence, let me define will persistence. Will persistence means your decision of wanting to have Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi at any cost. What happens, when you consciously decide to have that kind of a will persistence, your breathing pattern itself changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. not just your lifestyle externally, even your internal breathing pattern changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. Not just thinking pattern, breathing pattern, your digestion pattern, your fire agni inside. Everything changes. See, Guru gives Mahavakya only 9 times he utters. If you go to Svetaswara Upanishad and read, all of you Google and read. Tattvamasi Svetaketo Tattvamasi, 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 Tattvamasi. Only 9 times he utters totally. The Guru utters the word Tattvamasi only 9 times. Disciple achieved Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Why? Because the disciple had that kind of a will persistence. Holy Satsang is writing, my will persistence is for you to physically touch my third eye. Yes. Holy Satsang. It can happen. Just take sannyas and prove your will persistence. One day you will be called to KAILASA. Not only third eye, I'll touch all your chakras. You will experience awakening Kundalini Shakti. It is possible. Understand. Fundamentally, you do not need any other qualification other than will persistence. It is just will persistence all you need. I was looking into this whole Navaganda Yoga Samadhi because I wanted to give you guys the manual. I just wanted to deliver it like a manual. Do this, you will have Navaganda Samadhi. The first thing Paramashiva revealed is will persistence. There's a beautiful story. One Nayanar, Ilayangudimara Nayanar, he took the oath to Paramashiva that anyone with Tirumula Varkavedam, with your Sarubhya, Swarupa, I will consider them as you and give Anna, means Naivedya, food, and serve. This is my life. He took this as his lifetime spiritual practice. Naturally, Paramashiva wants to test his will persistence. He went on depleting his wealth. Actually, I am telling you, anyone does Annadan, I give 100% guarantee, you will be showered with wealth. I am telling you, from my, not just my personal experience, I have seen thousands and thousands of evidences. You start doing Annadan in your temple will flourish like anything. You start doing Annadan even in your own house. Any guest comes, any Shiva devotee, any devotee comes, any guest comes, start giving them food, you will see how your life flourishes, showered with wealth. But strangely, Paramashiva depletes his wealth just to test his will persistence. Finally, it reached a state where he did not have anything in the house. That night, even he did not have food for himself or his wife. Everything is lost. And nobody is even ready to give any loan or debt because the whole town he has borrowed and spent on feeding Shiva's devotees. As Shiva Swarupa. That night, Paramashiva comes. Heavy rain. He made sure the situation, the whole atmosphere is perfect to test the will persistence. Heavy rain. Paramashiva comes as an old sannyasi and says, Bhagavati Bhikshandehi. This Nayanar, the great devotee, just jumped out of his bed. I should say out of his sleep. He was almost fainted due to hunger and dehydration. He just jumped out. And said, Oh Bhagavan, please come, sit. I will arrange something for you to eat. Just please sit. He rushes to the wife and asks, Is there anything? Wife is another extreme devotee. She is such a strength and support for him. If somebody else means they would have killed him first. You fellow, neither you had food nor I had food, and you are coming and asking me now, where is the food for this sadhu? She says, no, nothing is in the house. He asks, what shall we do? She says, I give you one idea. Today, we sowed the seed in our land, small land we have, the remaining. Due to this rain, all that seed will be floating. You go and collect that paddy and bring. I'll cook that and give. We can feed him. He runs. You guys understand, in the rain, all the seed, rice, the paddy they sow, I don't know the English word, seed nell, they have sown, it will naturally float during the heavy rains. The moment he got the idea from the wife, he runs, collects all that and brings it in a basket. She cleans that and removes that covering and gets the rice out of it, cooks, and everything is ready. They go out and look for that sadhu who came. He was not there. Both of them start crying. Oh Bhagavan, because we got little delayed. You went away. Please forgive Mahadeva. When they were crying, Bhagavan Mahadeva Paramashiva appeared. Even to narrate this story, I have so much goosebump. Because I can see the whole situation right now. Paramashiva appeared and gave him KAILASA, not just Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganda Samadhi. He took both of them, husband and wife, with body to Kailasa. He just airlifted them. They did not leave the body back. They have not done any great unclutching, power manifesting, spiritual practice in their life. Just will persistence. Anyone I see in your form who wears Bhasma and Rudraksha, Tirumula Varkaveda, good or bad, I don't care. I am going to feed them as you. That will persistence, Paramashiva tested. When they succeeded in that will persistence, not only he gave them Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he gave them Navaganda Samadhi and Divya Sarira. Straight he took them to Kailasa, Kailasa. And he came along with wife. See, he is from the Saiva community, the community in which I was born and brought up. And in that community, there is a tradition. If a male goes and invites the family for marriage, only the male from that house will come. If a female goes and invites, only the female from that house will come. Only if the husband and wife both go and invite, both will come. That is the family tradition. So if you want, see, if you are like a related, listen carefully. You need to understand the cultural background. In a Saiva Vedala family, wife, when she wants to invite their family people, she wants only the female members of their family to come, her family to come. Only she will go alone and invite them. If she wants the whole family, husband and wife both should come. Husband and wife both should go and invite, and only then the other side, husband and wife both will come for the function. Here, because husband and wife both need to be taken to Kailasa, both Paramashiva and Parvati, both of them come. Samba Parameshwara, Sa Amba Parameshwara, Amba Sameda Parameshwara is coming. He came and received them and took them. See, each of these Nayanmar's history, the way they had liberation, the minute details are recorded. Minute details recorded. If you read them, you will understand the whole science of Kailasa culture. If the wife was not supporting for Ilayangudi Maranar, he withstood even the harassments of the wife and continued to succeed. Paramashiva would have come alone and taken him, that's all. But both of them were so strong. In their will persistence, Paramashiva came with Devi and took both of them to Kailasa. Somebody, Q alchemist, is messaging, please bring me to Kailasa, Swamiji, please teleport me. First put your original photo and your original name, reveal your original identity, then ask for the boons. Social media team, please remove all those who have not put their original photo and original name from the YouTube membership. Listen. Hiranmayi is asking Swamiji where to get Nayanmar stories. You can just Google 63 Nayanmars. You will get the whole lot of material, lot of versions of stories will appear. If you want to precisely read, there is a book called Periya Puranam by Ramakrishna Math. In English, I'll recommend that book is the best book in English. In Tamil, there are hundreds of beautiful commentaries. Periya Puranam is book written by Sekkilar. In English, Ramakrishna Math has published a very beautiful translation, very authentic translation. You can read Ramakrishna Math's Periya Puranam. Ramakrishna Math Mylapore publication. That's the best I will recommend in English. In Tamil, there is a lot of translations. Or commentaries. Tamil, lot is available. You can just Google, you will get the story in internet itself, all the 64 Nayanmars history. If you read the details, you will understand the culture of Kailasa. I am not saying you should not do yoga, you should not do Nirvikalpa Samadhi, don't practice unclenching. No, I am not saying that. Anything you take it up with the will persistence. Will persistence. Saurav Aneja is asking, Swamiji, do will persistence and devotion go hand in hand? Will persistence is the only devotion. Without will persistence, whatever you call as devotion is just simple, cunning, exploitive, strategic word you use. Will persistence is only devotion. Nothing else is devotion. Somebody, Sir Quantic is saying, I think you not need put photo for do healing and help. No, I don't need you here. If you are not able to put the original photo, please don't be in the group. Your original photo and original name is needed. If you can't put, please get out of the group. Sir Quantic, please leave the group now. Ketan Gaboyd is asking, Swamiji, how do I build the best and strongest will persistence that you would approve of? Ketan Gaboyd, listen carefully. Take up any one activity, maybe like Nithyananda Yoga, or unclutching, or enriching, any one activity, decide with will persistence, you will dedicate your life to that. You will see all kinds of your internal, external conflicts will erupt, and when you win all this, your will persistence will naturally ripe into Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi. Akshaya Krishnagata is asking, is Ashwathaman still alive? தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? பரமசிவன் நான் உயிரோடு இருக்கேன், என் கூட வாழ்ந்தே உன் வாழ்க்கையை மேம்படுத்தி நல்ல கதிக்கு போக முடியல, ஓடி போயிட்ட. இப்ப அஸ்வத்தாம உயிரோடு இருக்காரா இல்லையான்னு தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? கேஷுவலா எதையாவது கேட்டு வைக்கிறது. She's asking whether Ashwatthama is still alive or not. I told her, she came to become Adinavasi and ran away. I am here, Paramashiva is alive. And you are not able to use Paramashiva who is still alive and in the body, and you ran away. What are you going to do knowing whether Ashwatthama is alive or not? Are you going to go on search and go and fall at his feet and ask him, please teach me Brahmastra and please teach me whatever you learned from Dronacharya, your father? You are going to learn and use it or what? Some casual conversation. Because the computer is there, just type. Don't laugh. Nothing to laugh here. I'm not answering you jovially. When time comes, you will understand the mess you made with your life, with your decisions. But that will be too late for you.
ನೀ ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ನೀ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು
Ma yoga priya anyan zao. Don't worry about your job, manager, anything. I'll make everything smooth for your Paramashivoham. Don't worry.
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ನೀ ದೇವಿಗೆ ಇಂದಿತ್ತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನವ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ನೀ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿಹೆ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವಂತ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸಿದಂತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನಿ ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವಂತ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸಿದಂತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನಿ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ಶಿವರಾತ್ರಿ ಕಾಲವೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ಜಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನೀನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಸುರಿವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನೀ ಭವರೋಗವ ತಡೆದು ಭಾವದ ಚಿಂತೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಳೆದು ಕರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಣಿಸಿ ಹೊಸ ಜೀವನ ಕೊಡುವೆ ಪಾವನವೇ ನಾಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದಗಳ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ ಪಾವನವೇ ಬೀಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ದರ್ಶನದಿ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं विरष्टप्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं विरष्टप्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् निषेधे कृते नेति नेतीति वाक्ये समाधिस्थितानां
Oh, listen. The 64 forms of Paramashiva, 64 manifestations of Paramashiva, 64 Leelas of Paramashiva in Thiruvilayadar Puranam, Shivalila Arnavam, and 63 Nayanmars, Periya Puranam. All these are very closely connected. With the subject Navaganda Samadhi, Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. So I am trying to unravel, open up, one by one, one by one, one by one. Veda Prakasha, somebody, Veda Prakasha is messaging. Veda Prakasha is messaging. Swamiji, I also left the Sangha. What is the Prayaschitta for me? I also left the Sangha due to incompletions. What is the Prayaschitta for me? The only Prayaschitta, go back to Bididi, Adi Kailasa, and whatever your incompletion, work and complete, fix it. Fix your inner space. Changing the place will not work. Only fixing the space will work. I kept the Adi Kailasa such a way perfectly to train you all. Listen, that's a very powerful spiritual training ground, and that is the spiritual incubator, and that Adi Kailasa will test your will persistence completely. If you pass Adi Kailasa, if you prove your will persistence in Adi Kailasa, you will directly reach Maha Kailasa. all your will persistence will be tested. That is the purpose for which Adi Kailasa was created. Everyone is asking, why should we be under administrators? Some administration. Hey, that is the way. You need to have your training and your will persistence need to be tested. That's all. It's very easy to live under me and very blissful to live around me. But first, let your will persistence be tested. In Veda Prakash, you can see your life. Whatever was the reason you left Adi Kailash, for what you went out, you will never get it, I can guarantee. For whatever reason you leave Guru, you will lose Guru, and for what you are searching, both you will lose. Whatever reason you are with Guru, you will get, and Guru, both. If you are with Guru for something, and you will get that something what you want, and you will get the Guru, both. If you leave the Guru for anything, you will lose the Guru, and what far you went out, that also will not be there. Will never be there. That's the way life works, because you went out due to the incompletion. That is going to haunt you forever, wherever you go. Changing the place will not work. Changing the space is going to work. Veda Prakasha, this is the Prayaschitta, and I know for sure you will not do it. But I am giving this Prayaschitta for so many others who are listening. So others may do it. For their sake, I am giving. And I know for sure you will not do it.
Takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takadimi nadaraja, taka 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 nadaraja, takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takita takadimita, dom takita dom takita takadimita, takita dom takita dom takadimi takita dom takita dom takadimi dom takita dom takita takadimi dom takita dom takita takadimita.
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறைந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா வயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதில் ஆடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி திரணா 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 tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திருசபையில் நயமுடன் ஆடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் திரைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் திரைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु चल रहा था मैं अकेला तेरे ही एक आंसू में सोना सा मेरा समंदर तेरी ही एक प्यासू में बारिशे बन के मिला जो तुझ में ही मैं घुल गया नदिया के जैसे तू आया तुझ में ही मैं खो गया बोर के हर तार सा जगमग मुझे तू कर गया द्वारे खोले तूने तेरे जग ये सारा मिल गया नित्यानंदा शंभु शंकर बन के तू जो आ गया थामे तेरे हाथों को जो तुझसे ही मैं मिल गया तुझे से ही सारी करूं रूठा तुझ पे ही मैं करूं तेरे खानों पे चढ़ के जग ये सारा मैंने हारा करूं हंसना भी तेरे संग करूं रोना भी तेरे संग ही करूं भोली सी तेरी हिन आंखों में खुद को ही देखा करूं मेरी हर सांस में है तू घन घन में बसा है तू मेरी हर सांस में है तू रग रग में जला है तू सांस मेरी जो चली है बोलती है ये तू सुन ले रे हर हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु
नित्यानंद मुक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद सदा शिवा तुम नित्यानंद मुक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंद तीनों लोक में गूंजती है ऐसी है नाद तेरी डमरू की माया जाल से जगाने ये डमरू बाजेगा डमरू बाजेगा डम 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 डमरू ये डमरू
परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम